All right, let's see what happens. It tells us the speed of the train over here, 27 kilometers per hour. So it got down to 23 on that climb. Okay, let's flick to this train. Yeah, it's much slower. That's a huge difference. Oh my god. Well, that answers that one. That's not even a competition, is it? Oh my god, this one's on its way back. I tell you what, this one's going quite quick. Wait a minute. This thing's doing 90 k's downhill. It was at a top speed rating. What? What's she trying to do? The problem is she wants to go to the bathroom as well, and that's up the ladder. So she's too weak to make it to the toilet. What on earth is going on now? And the best thing is, everybody just stands by and watches. Dupes are very special people, you're not kidding. Wait, somebody has to come and punch that? What? This powered machine actually has to have people to come and punch it? You are absolutely having a laugh. Warehouse is full of water.
Hi everybody, steam locomotive emoji, steam locomotive emoji.
Steam locomotive emoji. Thank you, Hambone, for the steam locomotive emoji and 102 months. I just love these guys here are just literally trapped in an air bubble. They haven't died and they can't go anywhere.
Jeff, if we just stand in this corner, keep breathing, Jeff. Don't look behind you, Jeff. No, it's all water, mate. And we'll be good. Somebody will come and rescue us.
They've been there for ages. I feel like I need to rescue them, but I can't yet. I haven't got the husbandry skill. I feel like I've got a rough start here. This guy needs a toilet quickly. Oh no. Ken, what did you do? No. Ken's just gone to the bathroom on the floor. Oh, not great. Not great. We've got polluted water everywhere now. There's Pups. And he's gone straight past. The irony here, right? This thing is drowning because it has no oxygen. Pups is the only one that can rescue it, and he's getting oxygen for himself before he then goes down to get this thing, at which point it's going to be dead anyway. Pick it up. That's it. Stick it in a bag filled with water. Unbelievable. Let's see what comes out of this bag. Hey! It lived. It actually lived. Amazing. I mean, it's not like we're going to kill it for food at some point. Ooh, it just made coal. Nice.
Good evening. I mostly see your VODs. It's nice to see you live. Mostly I'm busy.
I agree. It is nice to see me live. I'm glad to see me live as well. I'm happy to be live. I really am. That's it. Brush his teeth. Give it a little makeover. Yeah, Imp says, you're doing a great job there, Pups. Look at that. That's one happy little hatch right there. I do already have a vent. But here's the thing. That vent won't vent because it's overpressured, which makes me think this vent won't vent, which means that whole thing won't work. Which is an interesting problem, is if that vent can't vent, what does it do? That vent can't vent. Exactly. If it can't vent, it stops the whole vent, which means no vent. How can that not be a vent? Vertical railroads. Need to process that. Oh, I can show you better than that. Here's an industry. There's a track right over the top of it. You think that's good? Well, here's an industry with a station on top. Now we can pick up things with track that runs right over the top of the industry. Can't do that in Transport Fever. Right, this is where we start. It's raining salt water. I wonder if the fall from that poker shell will kill it. It's going to be interesting. Oh, there he goes. Whoa! Oh my god, the water's gone this way. No! Can we even mop this? This thing's having a little... Oh, the water's gone. Oh god. This is not going well. Quick, mop it all up. Welcome back. Just unpaused it. I'm just programming in some wiring upgrade ahead of redoing the power. I thought I'd get all the wires in place and then change it all. Need any of that? Wait. All that. I'm not entirely sure. That's a wire bridge that needs to change, doesn't it? else I need to change? Might as well get rid of these dead wires while we're on it. Don't know why that ghosted there. Right, so I had a resub. I'll play it again because it was during the intro.
Wow. 63 months smile. You are still the best Twitch streamer there is with the best community around. Thank you, Squirrel Smile.
Thank you very much, official GN, and thank you for 63 months. It's really nice of you to say. Thank you. Don't know why that must be an old bridge. Why does it sound like his iPhone? It really does. If I upgrade all these wires, and then I'll upgrade... Don't need that. Then I'll upgrade the transformer connections. And then hopefully stuff won't be offline for too long. Okay, I think that's the majority of it up there. Actually, I don't need any wire in here. And then we've got this stuff here. This goes this way. How am I, Irvin? I'm doing all right, mate. Thank you. And then up here to here. It is like rewiring your house, this. It's ridiculous. Right, let it get on with that. There's an unwired dispenser near the sleeping rooms, otherwise known as the bedrooms. Unwired dispenser. Yeah, that's on purpose. You don't need to wire up a dispenser for it to work. So I'll just leave it, otherwise it'll sit there drawing 120 watts of power. Besides, I'm not even sure we're using it for anything. Plain dirt. I think I'm using that though, aren't I? No, that's got medicine tablets. Who knows what I'm using that for? Well, where do you think the Atmo suits have gone if they're not here then? This morning you went to get a haircut, came back and went food shopping at Tesco with your mum, then this afternoon you helped do some gardening. Well, today I got up at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. it was. I had cramp in my leg, which woke me up at 5 a.m, couldn't get back to sleep, got up at 5:30 a.m, went downstairs, saw Bonnie had not only pooed in a crate, but had stood in it and put it all over the crate bars. So I then had to pick her up out of the crate where she's covered in poo, wipe her down. She then wipes poo on my arm. So I'm doing this like holding her one hand, getting wet wipes with the other, trying to wipe her all down, then I clean my arm. Then I go back to the crate to try and get the mess out of there. And there's like poo on cushions, covers, all kinds of stuff. Horrible. While she's trying to play with me, and I'm like, no. So I go and put her in a cage, little pen thing. So she starts crying in the pen while I'm cleaning poo out of her cage. But it was all over the metal bars. So you can imagine how tedious that was to disinfect and wipe off. So that was the first 15 minutes of my day. And then I finished cleaning her, cleaning everything else. Then I took her outside. She fake weed 3 times, came back inside, weed on the floor. I was like, this is great, Bonnie. I'm loving this. So that was me at like 6 a.m. So I thought, you know what? She's waiting till 7 o'clock for a breakfast. So she had a breakfast at 7. I had a coffee. Got on my day. And then we had the lovely shenanigans of a spider. As I'm about to stream. So yeah, good times. And I've been streaming since. Right, what was we doing? Where's my little notepad? We've got the nullifier. I've just got to fix the... get the wiring finalised. And then we're good to go with the nullifier, which will be over here to cool these machines down over here, which are getting warm. 58 in there, that's too warm. So we'll have a little loop around that with hydrogen, which we now have here, which are filling up rapidly, but they've now finished emptying. So surplus hydrogen will gradually tick this way now, which is good. Oxygen's going out there. They've still not finished that off for some reason. Apparently they can't get sandstone. This is a strawberry one. Do you know why I don't have a banana one? Because I had a banana one in the fridge. I put it in there yesterday. And it wasn't there when I went to bring it back. So I asked my son, where's the banana milkshake that I put in the fridge? And he went, oh, sorry, I drank it. So I drank his strawberry one and told him that the banana ones are mine. That's what happened. I don't mind strawberry, it's nice, but I prefer the banana. Looks like that's filling up. Lovely. Plenty of water in here. 15, 9.5, it's all good. Oh, I made some tungsten for a laugh. I don't know why, I just did. I queued up some refined carbon, and I queued up some iron, or iron to steel, and tungsten there. So yeah, just queued some stuff. Your dad sounds quite eventful. That's one way of putting it. Yesterday, once I had dinner, my dog, who was 13 years old, struggled to get off the laminate floor, so my dad had to try and lift him, and he weighs about 30 kilograms. Ooh, that's a big doggo. What breed is it? Tungsten's good for rockets. Well, I've got a ton of it, so we'll see how much I need. They still haven't finished the plastic ladder lot. I don't need to lock that anymore, do I? They can come and go out there now. It's cooling the room off. What is that switch meant to be controlling? Oh, that's 106, 102, 106. That is toasty. Ah, yes, the switch was for the coal gens. Thank you. That's a nice pool of salt water. Just give us something else to do, collect that salt water. If you have multiple checkpoints at different levels, for example, top and bottom of the base, then the dupes will exit through the top, do work at the bottom of the map, and then re-enter the bottom entry point, dropping the suit there. What you may want to do is either have one entry point or artificially separate the top and bottom of the map. Personally, go for the former. Install plastic transit tubes, take me wherever I want to go, like bus stops. So, the thing is, there's an option on these, on that checkpoint there, to say, clearance vacancy. It says a suited duplicant may only pass if there's an available dock to store their suit. So, in theory, they cannot come back through here unless there's a space available. So, all things being equal, they can't go back in the base without dumping a suit. And if that's all full, they have to go back through wherever they came from. Because they've only got, like, a couple of checkpoints. This one's not being used because they're not doing anything up here. Which only leaves this checkpoint here for this side, or that side, and then that checkpoint there. So this kind of east side of the base requires them to have a suit on. So they might go out of one and come back in the other, but only if there's a space. Other checkpoints may not have that option. Well, you see, I think there's a suit on the floor. Look, clearance vacancy. I think there's a suit on the floor. There. Is that a suit? Gas pipe, carbon dioxide, checkpoint. I don't know what that bubble is. You can have empty places because some of the dupes got out through the bottom checkpoint. What do you mean, got out? They have to put a suit on. Maybe some suits went in for repair and didn't get re-delivered. I mean, that would explain the gaps. It says clearance always permitted. Oh. Oh, I thought that... Oh my god, that's confusing. I thought it says here, clearance vacancy, means it's cleared only if it's got a vacant... Oh my god. So the status is here, and that changes it. That's so confusing. Well, now it's on vacancy only. Which means all of them... Why is there water again? Look, it's so random. There's random water puddles. Well, there shouldn't be any melting ice from anywhere, really. Right, we need to let some more water into here. Let's have a look. That's still got germs in it, which is interesting. Okay, that's still got germs in it for some reason. Be careful of the sets. If they don't have a path, they don't have the checkpoint, they'll sleep at the door. Great. They have got a path to the other checkpoint, so we should be okay. Well, that one's gone the other way now. The only issue is if I've over-delivered on the suits. Right, that's full. There's one dupe here, 2, 3. There's 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 4 dupes there. 5 slots available. 1 there. They're all full. I'll have to keep my eye on it. That's 4 tons of plastic right there. One more watt above number 3. What do you mean, Captain Flint? Spiffy overalls. Insulation thickness 0.3 centimeters. Deco 40. Digger Dan's got a snazzy suit. Wiki Tom's got a snazzy suit. We'll give Briscoe the spiffy overalls. There's one more Atmo suit you missed at that specific moment. Oh, okay. Did I turn it on for that one as well? Yep. I need him to finish this wiring off. So we'll make the ladder a 4. Right, we've got 600,000 calories of food. So what's involved in building a rocket anyway? Being we're going to build something up here. What's it look like? Rocketry. A power outlet. Rocket platform. Presume it starts with that. Precursor to construction of all of the rocket modules. Allows rockets to launch from or land on the host planetoid. Automatically links up to rocket ports built to the either side of the platform. Right, okay, so you have this and then you build ports on either side, such as that one. A rocket port extension, whatever that does. A telescope reveals visitable planetoids in space. Assigned duplicants must possess the astronomy skill. Astronomy skill. Astronomy's that one. Presume somebody can do astronomy. There you go. Digger Knight can do it. As can Wiki Tom. As can Justin. As can Strong Tom. Okay, we can do that. Should we put that up first then? Maybe put up a telescope, see what's out there. Stick it on top though. Oh my god. What is this? Just put it there like that. Wire it in. Job's good. You'll want some bunker doors. Bunker doors? I don't think I have a bunker door, do I? What's a bunker door? I don't have a superheated forging, so I can't do bunker doors yet. What's a bunker door about? Mickey, are you on about pops and astronomy? You've got to be kidding me. Superheated forging. Produces molten glass from raw snad. Outputs high temperature liquid. Bunker tile, used to build walls and floors of rooms, can withstand extreme pressures and impacts. Right, so this is for meteor showers. Bunker door. Blocks liquid and gas flow, maintaining pressure between the areas. Geotuner increases the temperature and output of an analyzed geyser. Increases the temperature and output. Wait, what? Wait, you can point at a geyser, increase the temperature and the output of it. What on earth? Gantry provides scaffolding across rocket modules to allow duplicate access. Nice. Right, we'll research in superheated forging. So you can tune a geyser? I never knew that. Probably mop all this water up and I can actually use it. Too much liquid. We need to reclaim this area. I might have another bedroom stack here. And then maybe put the mess room. Do we need them? That needs moving, really. It's kind of in the way. It needs to be further up. Then we can have like a nice section here and we can put like a park. And then they have to go into the park to get to the mess room. Surround requirements of a park. Okay, somebody's stuck. It must be. The last time I got a duplicate needs a toilet, they were stuck somewhere and it didn't tell me until it says trapped and it was too late. So I know somebody's trapped somewhere. But it doesn't tell me who. This is so annoying. Oh no, rotten lettuce. What makes you think it's digger down? I don't even know where it was digging anyway. Oh my god. How do you find them? Literally can't see the status anymore. Vitals and double tap. Yeah, but I gotta go through each one. Hungry. Bladder 61%. Bladder 96%. Look at him run into the toilet. It's like, phew, just made it. The thing is, there's a toilet, like, here. But there was no available space for his Atmo suit. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. It's filled it up and stopped exactly as planned. You gotta love automation when it works. Right, how's the wiring going? Have we upgraded all the wiring yet? Of course not. If you run the mods command, pixel main, the mod spreadsheet has all the mods on it that I'm using. Well, the mods command is supposed to come up with that. Oh, it's game mods, there you go. I need to ship all the ore down here, don't I? All the ore needs to be down here. 4 tons of plastic and steel. And we're still making plastic. And the machine's at 35 Celsius. Beautiful. Is this thing still going at carbon? Oh my god. This kiln has been at this for a while. ONI isn't something I watch very much, but waking up to this spin autoplay is actually chill and enjoyable compared to random annoying VTuber like YouTuber's been doing me lately. Thanks, Joseph. Okay, I can probably make that out of gold now, but since it doesn't need to be surviving the heat. At least in this room. I won't use that one. There's tune on xylophone, lol. Oh no, that's the stupid neutronium. Dang it! Just gonna get so confused by this. You ran it right through a volcano. I didn't. I ran it right through a neutronium tile that I couldn't see. What geyser is this? Which one? This one. That's not the super evil one, unless we've got two super evil ones. That is a Cobalt volcano. Interesting. So that's... Wait, what do we do with Cobalt in the game? I presume there's going to be like molten metal coming out of there. Pretty hot stuff. Which we presume will have to cool down with an aqua tuner, and then put it in water and use an aqua tuner steam turbine to cool it down. What, put the volcano in water? So what happens then? It spews out molten... Wait, what do you box it with? Insulation tiles or something? You have to use like ceramic? Like what temperature does it even come out at? I just thought we need gold amalgam in there as well. That's in there, it's fine. 2200 degrees. Spits out molten metal at 2200 degrees. Cool it down and use the heat for power. What do you encase it in? Because what are thermal tiles? Insulation tile. Doesn't allow any heat to pass, so it doesn't care what's on the other side. So you surround it in that, presumably. And then what? Put a door at the top? I'm trying to wonder what I've used Cobalt for, though. I don't think I've come across Cobalt. So I don't know what recipes I have. We've got superheated forging. We have creature comforts. What's that? We now have some kind of superheated forge. A bunker door. Blocks liquid and gas flow. Needs 500 steel. 500 steel? What? Bunker tile needs 100 steel. Holy moly. Where am I going to get all the iron to make that? Right, it looks like most of the cabling has been upgraded. Apart from stuff they can't reach. Which means I can now rewire stuff. Cobalt is horrible ancient programming language. That's Cobalt. Pray you find an iron volcano through the teleporter. Well, there might be an iron volcano on the map. You never know. Why has that not been done? Yikes, 3,000 watts of potential power. That's going to have to be on a separate circuit there. Those things are monstrous drainers. There's a lot of 120 watt doors that don't get used very much. Right. Is that being used? No. Let's deconstruct that. That's going to be on a separate circuit. Probably have to split this one as well. Cobalt was first like, you never heard of Cobalt? Most like 70s mainframes were running Cobalt. A lot of banking systems were running Cobalt. Cobalt programmers got paid a fortune in 1999. They all got them out of retirement. Paid them all like £1,000 a day to come and fix the Cobalt code for year 2000 bugs. See you next century, Cobalt guys fixing Y2K bugs. Oh, they loved it. They got paid a fortune. Y2K was so hyped up. Clove Pepper, honestly, I don't agree with that. The problem with Y2K and the whole situation around it is you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you throw resources at the problem, like you spend companies spending millions of pounds, and then on the 1st of January 2000, none of the systems go down, none of the planes fall out the sky. Everybody says, well, why did we have to spend all that money? And the flip side of that is, well, maybe nothing happened because we spent all of that money. But on the other side of the coin, if they hadn't have spent that money and planes would have fallen out the sky and the banking systems would have shut down and all the rest of it, people would have been up in arms. These heads of companies should be sacked. The CEO should have been sacked. They should have known this. They just spent the money on it. So you can't win. All we know is a lot of money was spent and nothing spectacularly went wrong. And there is no way of knowing if it would have gone differently. A lot of the stuff that I was working on wasn't a problem for Y2K because we already had 4-digit years in our code and stuff. There was some integer values that had to be migrated over, but it was, to be honest, it was less painful than going from 32 to 64-bit programming. Like, that was worse. You spent 2 weeks changing data formats from 2 to 4 units. 2037 will be instant when you unsigned integer 32-bit timestamps will overflow. That would be funny. By then they'll have AI fixing all the code anyway, so it will matter. Nobody will be paid anything. Come on, get it fixed. I wish you could go into an electrical overlay whilst also having the priority overlay. Because, like, if you want to see pipes and what priority they're on, you can't. Or electrical wire, what priority is it on? You can't. You can have one overlay or the other. I want to see that overlay, but I want to see priorities on it. What happens if you hit the priority tab at the bottom while on the plumbing screen? It's the same as pressing P, isn't it? It's just that I'm pressing the shortcut. 2.7, 1900, that's fine. You can always disconnect some of this stuff and put it on another one. Right, let's get a third run out of there. So we've got that one, we've got that one. Not used these, your transformers yet. Maybe I should wire them into the here, actually. Yep, we'll do that. We get them two transformers into there. They can go into there. Oh, which doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Yeah, that's right. It goes into there. You see, because when you drag priority on this, I want the cable to be high priority, but not the ladder. But you can't do it because you can't stay in that overlay and prioritize. You have to click each link individually. Filtering priority view to construction is the closest you can do. I guess I never thought about combining overlays. Yeah, you can do that, Mr. Lennox. Yeah, you can do that. Although actually, now you say that, you can build it a high priority out the gate rather than increasing priority after the fact. So if you take a power transformer cable, do a build, what do you set? Oh, there it is. So you set it here when you build it, fine. To be honest, I've not used that, I only just spotted that. I tend to choose a material, but I didn't realise, didn't clock that down there. So you could just... get your cable, put it on 8. drag it out. It's a bit better. It's on a loop. I should really use that one. Marco, can we have English only, please? That's a 1.2. We're on 2.2. Point 3 on that. Then we can add that in the mix. So that's on. Everything will default to the last set priority and change it by 5. Yeah, that is another issue. It would be kind of cool if when you build something it remembered the priority for that thing. Because you probably always want to have wire on a higher priority when you build it. Yeah, I didn't much want to join that at all, did I? $1,400 on that. That's fine. 1,600 on that line, and nothing on this line. so I've got a spare power line here. That's much better. I've actually got some spare capacity in here to carry on building off them. Although that's only a... Oh, this needs rejigging, doesn't it? These have been done slightly wrong. It should be joined to that one. That one should be joined to that one. Lovely. I think we've sorted out the power network. And these transformers aren't even used. They just don't go anywhere. Oh yeah, I've got to fix this. Unreachable build. Oh, that's going to be painful. It's the old delete a tile thing again. And see what they can do. Oh, so that ain't right. How tempting is it to scrap and rebuild it all? Not at all. I've got bigger, more important things to do. Right, these can be joined. They can be joined. $98 in there. Enjoy. Man, all the tanks used to be here. Try and get this place cleaned up a bit. Phew, that was a job. Right, that's that done. Don't make leaded wire in the natural gas chamber, they'll melt. That's very true. Good point. Thing is, they can't even get in there at the moment. Where's the other one? There it is. Unreachable. Get a lot of stuff out of there now. We had to stay out of here because we didn't have Atmo suits at the time. Well, that was about to go dormant. Yikes, this is full on hydrogen, look. That's on 20, that's on 25. Let's swap these around. Let's burn hydrogen for a bit. I'll put a notifier on that tank. Yeah, we've got a few floppy disks. I don't know how many. Why is all that bristleberry just sat there? Aren't they meant to be sweeping this up? I'll tell you what I need. I need to build a refrigeration room. And I think this is the space to do it. I think I need to build a minus 18 Celsius room, which I presume I can just do with an aqua tuner. The trouble is getting rid of the heat from here. Why did somebody get scolded? Why? How are you in there without an Atmo suit? What the heck? I've clearly opened a door and it's let somebody through. How has he managed that? That one. You scumbag. Sneaky. Justin's in there. Health and safety. This door must be kept locked. Just kidding. Thank you for 13 months. That still doesn't have the new wire on it. Yeah, so in terms of having a super cold room to keep all the food in, maybe I'd do it above instead of below then. It's rather convenient to get food from there though. That's kind of dead space. What's the best way to chill the room down? You can store all your food in a single tile. What? So yeah, how? How do you do that? Do you just have one of those drop things? One of these? You just have like an automatic dispenser, put it all on the floor? A conveyor chute? Wait, so you've got a conveyor loader near the grill that picks up the food, or rather they load it in and then it drops it in a chute and just sits on the floor in a freezing cold room. Is that what's going on? You uncheck the arrows of a door. It's equivalent to unlocking it. The upside is it's faster, you can block a door instantly. Well, these arrows. In a minus 18 Celsius hydrogen tile. Let me move the switch for a second. I'm going to need to move that. So, in order to get down to minus 18 Celsius, I imagine you're going to need to use something like oil, and then pass it through a block with a radiant pipe and a thermal tile in a room filled with hydrogen, and then just keep cooling it until that's down to like less than 20 Celsius, and then you've got to have a door on it so your dupe can get in there. Is that how it would work? Or chlorine remove the germs? That doesn't stop food going off. According to what people read on the wiki, the only way to stop food going off is to have it at minus 18 Celsius or below. You leave one tile open diagonally so they can access it. That sounds very hacky. It does sound like hacks, doesn't it? It sounds like you've got a rectangular room with a corner missing, so they can just get at it through the corner. Like basically glitching it through the wall. Or you can build a liquid lock. I think I'd prefer a liquid lock. Glitching it through a corner of a rock just doesn't feel right. Main issue I've got here is that I need to build it here really, but I've got all of this in the way. It's kind of a bit faff. And I could build a liquid lock here, I suppose. Haven't really got the space, have I? What's with the 2x2 dungeon cell with the locked door next to the fridges? It's an old thing. Basically, we're trapping CO2 in here. That's how I've been keeping food for so long now. That's what that is. Plastic ladder. Yeah, it's quicker. Quicker than a normal ladder. It's a plastic ladder. Still not finished it. Did they finish moving my ore and stuff down? Look at all the bristleberry here, just got nowhere to put it. Now this doesn't look right. The gold amalgam is not dropping because there's a tile not built there. Presumably because they can't reach it. See, he should not be delivering copper ore into here. The copper ore should have come down the chute, really. Is this a... Is this where we make it low priority again? Petroleum's a bit better for the loops than oil. Okay. Well, I've got some petroleum. Why are they not building this? I really wish they'd stop delivering ore when I've got it coming down this thing. I swear if they're running and bringing it down here. Is there a reason that they're not bringing this in? They can get there, can't they? They can get through there, build it. They're just not building it. It's on a 9. Finally. Jeez. And the problem is it can't load that one, can't reach it. That won't sit there and be in range of the chute. Typical. I can put that one there and move the chute over a block. No, I can't. It's just pure scumbaggery. I think I just need to move the kiln. But then the kiln won't be in there. Actually, it'll be in the range of that one though, won't it? Oh god, this is annoying. There's nowhere I can put it that's in range of that chute. We drop that there, it'll be on that tile. Oh, that would work. Right, you drop it there. Then you can sit there. The refinery's higher than it looks. Yes, I kind of figured that now. Right, deconstruct that. I mean, this one can't load into that, but it can load into these boxes. Anything that comes out of that chute, which is what I'm after. Look, they're going back this way. They're not taking the super quick ladder. I need to block this off now. They need to basically use this way. This needs to be out of bounds. They can go this way to go there. Right, that should be the end of that. Plastic ladder for the win. That needs gold amalgam. Pretty certain there's gold amalgam in here. Yep, 6 tons of it in that box. It's a construction errand. So, why can't Hannah do it, for example? Is it because it's mechatronics? Wow, what is going on with Wiki Tom's morale? You think it's unreachable? It's not unreachable. You can literally just build it through there. How can... Where does it say it's unreachable? It says builder imp cannot reach it, unreachable. Chef Matty, unreachable. Is that because they can't get a suit? No. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. They can come down here and through there. I mean, I can remove the tile, what it's worth. Why is getting toasty? That's getting proper toasty in there. What was the temperature that the zombie spores got killed at? Was it 200 something? You know, thinking about it, we don't need these boxes really, do we? I don't need them at all. If everything comes off the chute and sits here, it'll get loaded in by these loaders anyway. And the conveyor loader at the top will now request everything to come here. So I can get rid of these. And just let everything sit here. Zombie Sports die at 290. I'm going to get that to 290 and I'm going to kill all of them. Right. Nullifier cooling is on the list now, I think. Still researching... Oh, there's rocketry we could do. We've got the gantry, rocket platform, telescope. Should I build a telescope or should I build a bunker? A bunker tile requires 100 steel, so I need to make a load of steel. For which I need a lot of iron ore. How much steel have we got? So I can build 39 bunker tiles right now. I've only got 9 tons of iron ore. Right, guess we're going getting that then. Right, Atmo suit straight through there, down through here, loads of chlorine gas. Be nice to bottle that chlorine gas. This is quite a chunky bit of iron. We forgot about the poor hermit. I can't even remember what he wanted. Was he in here? Knock on the door. Deliver food to the mailbox. Must be quality great or greater. At some point, when we're making good food, we might send him some. Any signs of an iron volcano? I've not seen one yet. Does it have to be CO2 in here? That's just so tricky to sort out. I'm thinking about how I can get these fridges down here. I know berry sludge never rots. Can be anything except oxygen and polluted oxygen. Thank you. Barbecue. Are they supposed to put that on the compost heap, aren't they? Affects dirt and heat. Grub fruit preserve. That sounds lovely. A phlox fawn. What on earth is that? Capture method, critter trap, capture method wrangling. A little yipping phlox fawn. Phlox fawn. That is hard to say. Chlorine also works for disinfecting food poison. I'm going to get hydrogen in there. Nutrient bar, shine bug. Rexes are carnivorous creatures that feed on small critters and produce brine ice. I know I have extra beds. I'm not really sure what kind of deep I'd want anyway. Here, have 2 tons of salt water. Thanks! Strength and machinery. Shabby dresser. Decor minus 15. Blimey. Anybody walking past them are like, whoa, you look terrible. Creativity and athletics. Focus doctor. 150 kilograms of lime. I don't think we need lime with all the shells we've got. Get some barbecue. Yeah, I think we have a lot of lime. I don't know how much, but I'm fairly sure we have quite a bit of lime. 3.6 tons of it. Right, I need to fill this with hydrogen. And somehow get the CO2 out of here. That's interesting. Maybe what I do is create the liquid lock, then seal this off, and then vacuum it. And then I can start filling it with hydrogen. Maybe that's the way to do this. So we just get the liquid lock going first. That vent's going to have to move. How goes the colony? It's an endless list of things to do. Bottle empty of that. Actually, we was going to get hydrogen over here from this tank, wasn't we? But I was going to put a gas barbecue here. That picture's going to have to move. So we can get the gas barbecue in. Unless we put the barbecue here. Where's it gone? Obviously got a gas range, of course it is. What's that going to vent? Vent CO2. For 9,000 DTUs. Flippin' heck. I take it I need to move these orders over to here now, like souffle pancakes and barbecue and stuff. Wait a minute, this is a different set of menus. Where's the hydrogen? Could take a feed from here, can't we? That pipe's got plenty of hydrogen. $160 tons of coal. Right, do I reckon I should use oil here? It's probably the best, isn't it? crude oil rather than petroleum. Where are they going to get their crude oil from? There's a lot less oil in here. Maybe it's just because it's shifted it over there. He's replaced the insulated tiles since it's a very cold room in a warm environment. That's very true, actually. That's very true. I do have oil here, I could just run some over, couldn't I? Maybe save messing about with this thing. Oh, good grief. I need to put this on a shut-off valve so I can turn it off when I don't want any more. I shouldn't need much, really, should I? Just to fill that thing. No, I don't think I'll need the whole pipe. What I'll probably do is just, I'll set it off, let some get in the pipe, and then just see what that does. How's that iron going? Of course, when I mine that, it's all going to fall into here. Curious. Atmo science room. Apart from that, liquid nuclear waste, fine. Oh, and that liquid nuclear waste. How do I get rid of this? I presume I can't just mop it up. I think everybody's going to walk through it, aren't they? I could just open that tile and let it drop into here. I don't care about this bit. What radiation level? None? Highly toxic liquid full of radioactive contaminants which emit radiation. Which is a lie because there's no radiation. So I'm very confused by that. I'm also confused as to why the research is not progressing. Advanced research is not progressing. I think I know why. Nope, it's not that. Where are they meant to be getting water from exactly? Maybe it's been buried. Oh. I forgot to fill that back up. That's the farming water that I forgot to fill up. Wait, why is this got germs in it? What the heck? Oh my god, where's the chlorine gone? Okay, we might have a bit of a problem here. The chlorine's disappeared out of here. There's some of it, but there's a lot of CO2 in here or something. That's really strange. I need to pump this thing with chlorine. Is that because there's some power off? I've got loads of germs in here. They're dying very, very, very slowly, and I need to fill that up quickly. Yeah, that's why I've told it to do that tile. The real issue, though, is where is the chlorine gone? Do I have access to... I got chlorine over here. No, they're not. They're not clean, look. They've got germs in them. These have got germs in them. Lots of them. There's not much chlorine gas here at all. It's mixing with the oxygen. I'm going to have to pump chlorine into here quickly. What I need to do, I think, is create some airflow tiles so the air can get out, and then just pump chlorine into here and let it push the oxygen out. Thank you for 131 months, Bennett. So if we delete some of these tiles here. Chlorine, I've got some chlorine here. Where else have we got chlorine? It's a lot easier to see in the daytime. Material overlay gas. 4 gas. So basically CO2 has come into here and pushed the chlorine out. That's what's happened.
I'm slowly catching up on the vote. Just wanted to pop in and say hello to everyone. Sklohive.
Thank you, Lieutenant Dan. Thank you for 43 months. Bennett's 11 years of support. 120, 130. No, 132 would be 12 years, would be 11 years of support, wouldn't it? Oh, wait a minute. 120 is 10 years. 132 is 11 years. So you're on 131. Your tubes have been going in there, and the pressure has compressed the chlorine. Yeah, they've been going in here because they need to put stuff into here, don't they? Sand for the water sieve. That's what's been going on. That's what's been going on. I should have had an auto sweeper do it. The only problem is I can't dump sand from a chute into here because I don't want all the sand to go there, because then we can't get the sand back out again. So I'm not really sure how we're supposed to do. I suppose the door just needs to be in a different place. Yeah. That's the problem, is this door, isn't it? But then if the door was on top, the CO2 would still sink in. Do you have conveyor receptacle? Possibly. Conveyor load, conveyor receptacle. Unload solid materials from a conveyor rail into storage. When materials reach the end of the rail, they enter a receptacle to be used by duplicants. I'm not really sure how that would help us. I need the airflow tiles to get the gases out, and then I'll have to seal it back off again. I've got to push it out somehow. Anyway, I need materials over. So hydrogen's pink. See, if I drop a lot of bleach stone in there, it's going to take forever. Like, bleach stone would fill it with chlorine, but it will take a while. What do you mean, Jimmery? A decent concentration of stuff here. I think we just get a pump over here quickly. Chuck it in there. It's not that far, is it? Just got to navigate your way through this. Vents and the gas pump are already set up in the sieve room. Yeah, but the gas pump's in the wrong place, isn't it? This was meant to be filtering. So that would keep the chlorine and pump the rest out. That's what it would do. Set one of these up. Yeah, I've got to put the tiles back on for the transformer, don't worry about it. Where's the element center? Oh, I have to bridge the CO2 again. What do you mean reheating tea alcohol? I drink tea, but I keep a picture of tea in the fridge. I pour a glass and microwave it to room temperature. Ooh. Gotta make it fresh. Imagine if you went to a restaurant that did that. You go to your favourite pub and you're like, can I have 2 teas, please? And they go, yeah, we just got some out back. We made it last night. We're just going to microwave it for you. I'm like, what? No, you're not. Milk first, then the tea bag, then the water. Get out. Milk first, a crime. 10 years imprisonment. Make me Prime Minister, I'll make that law. Milk first in tea, 10 years in jail. Zero tolerance. So our crops are going to fail. Unless we get water emptied into here quickly, but then I don't know where we can get it from that isn't polluted. I don't even think we have such a facility at the moment. Turn the pump on in the cleaning room. Or this thing. What's the point? Once the chlorine starts coming in, we can probably do that. Pull out the CO2. Just waiting for him to finish deleting this stuff. Put the high pressure vent so it'll definitely push the air out. Man, this is a problem I never saw happening. Do you know how it's happened? I'm not entirely sure. The CO2 somehow crept in down here with the door constantly opening and closing. That's pretty much all I can tell you. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of crop failure because no water, TM. This one goes that way. Was this what I used to fill the main tank with? It is what I used to fill the main tank with. This is clean water that currently goes to the main tank. It could be diverted back into this tank for now. Why is that even connected to this? Don't buy the bedrooms locked so they can't build the pipework. See, this comes out of here to go into there. This has got to be old. This can't be right. There's no way you ever want this coming into here. Of course, that suddenly staggers now. So yeah, we can route this down here, I think. Is the crops water not clean, polluted water? It is, but the cleaning room is broken. But this is the cleaning room for the toilet water, and this hasn't been emptied in a long time. And if you actually look, this is starting to build up a lot of water here. It's not full yet, it's still got a full tank left, but nevertheless, the water that's been allowed into here is clean enough, germ-free, because it's also in a chlorination room, So this is fine to send back to the main tank. But while we're desperate for it, let's just drink that water. Chris Law, how you doing? So if I take a break off it there, jump it over there, and bring it straight down here, we can get rid of that lot. Right, what was it about the bedroom knots? Yeah, they're not meant to go through that way. They have to go in through the Atmo suit way. But I stopped them because with that tile. I don't want them going through this way without an Atmo suit. What planetoid are you on? Solano, I think. Or are we on Zeppela? So Solano, I think. You have access to read? I don't know. This is my first playthrough of the game, so A, I'm having a lot of fun, and B, there's still a metric ton I don't know. I'm going to have to mop this thing. It's been disrupted. Empty pipe. What happens if you click on it? I don't know. There we go. That's enough to get that going. It says Zeppela. My duplicate's astronomical efforts have uncovered a new planetoid, Zeppela. Which has already been put on there. Average power produced. Is that what it went down to put everything online? Total oxygen steady. Calorie generation steady. Oxygen consumed. Look at that. That's beautiful. It's just found a nice level. Calorie consumption is up and down. Average power wasted. Interesting. Total work time. Total travel time. Average travel time, average work time, average stress recreated, domesticated critters. That's how we got here. Because we worked out that... Shut that valve. We worked out that the research had halted. And the research had halted because it wasn't getting any water. And it wasn't getting any water because all the water tankers dried up. And it's dried up because the chlorination room It's just like absolute yak shave. That's going to turn that on to that. Wait a minute, what's controlling that shut-off valve? That one. Double check, this has definitely got no germs in it. I should have put a bridge on this thing. I should have bridged it off. Bridged it with a valve. That way you get twice the throughput. Okay. The valve was also a bridge. Well, in this setup it's not. Maybe you have to pass through it. But what I've done here, it splits off. So that's not been done correctly. Put the wire in the wrong place. What do you mean no automation wire? Automation wire's on. Right. That's that problem solved. Have we got access to chlorine? Oh my god, they've not built it because they're not able to get in there. Right, once that's pumped active, that will come into here. We can't get that tile there because it's unreachable. Could they reach from the ladder if I delete that tile temporarily? Tons of iron ore. That's not bad, is it? They brought it all over as well. Nice. No, they haven't brought it. There's even more down here. So basically there's 50 tons of iron ore on the map, we just got to get it back. Definitely some non-chlorine. What is that? Polluted oxygen. Which tiny gap? You mean the one I made for a, so I could put the tile in? Where the door is. Okay, do you mean here or somewhere else? You mean our temporary chlorine source? You mean this? Somewhere else. What's triggering you this? It's just a graphical thing. What's that there? Phosphorides, igneous. To be honest, you could have probably just pumped all of that out anyway. It's just going to get filtered. That's CO2 in there. The important thing is, it's killed all the germs. It's actually killed all the germs already. It's nuked them completely. Doesn't take much. Well, you say that. There was chlorine in there, and it wasn't doing its job. Right, that was a crisis I wasn't expected. I need an alert on this thing as well. Because that thing has been sat full and needed emptying for quite a while. Don't think I need to, Brian. I don't think there's enough pressure in there. It's only like 1200. You can go up to 2000 before we need a high pressure vent. I can probably shut that back on the other tank though. If I snip that, it doesn't carry on, does it? It's a bit frustrating, that. Okay, I think we're more or less burger bun on that. Yep. Lovely. Actually, let's just leave it for now. It's not getting in the way. You never know. Oh, your shut off is outside the chlorine gas. You'll have some germies. You talking about this? Not really, because the water should have gone through this cycle, been killed. What comes into there should have germs in it anyway. That's really weird. I've never seen him do that before. That's amazing. Right, so back to the gas barbecue thing. We have gas coming in with a lovely mixture of stuff. What the heck is going on here? Oh my god, I forgot to seal the tile. That was from when I did all the rewiring on the power. Oh my god. That's now full of oxygen. Genius! Absolute genius. That tank is now full of junk. So I'm going to have to filter it on its way in now. That's quite common. What's that trick? Instead of using a gas filter, use a, is it a shut-off or something? And it's cheaper. Is it a shut-off? Connects to automation grid to automatically turn gas flow on and off. Gas pipe sensor and a gas shut-off. So presumably you put that in line. I can't remember how you do this. You need to... Are you basically saying if it's natural gas or if it's not natural gas, how are you getting it out of there? I can't remember what the diagram looks like. Go to a event after the input of the gas shutoff. Go to a vent after the input of the gas shutoff. But after the input of the gas shutoff is the output. Or do you do it that way? Is that how you do it? So you basically like filter off this way? You do a power-free filter with the bridge feeding into a small 2x2 loop with the gas shut off. That's great if you know what it looks like. Where the output of the filtered gas comes from the input of the shut-off. Right, so if I build that, and then I need a gas element sensor. A gas pipe element sensor here. And then we need a NOT gate. Like that. And then I need a high pressure vent here. Does this look right? So I'm saying detect natural gas. If it's natural gas, it'll be green. Not it, which means shut the vent off so it allows it to go through. And that way it'll gradually just throw everything, all the nonsense we put in here. This will empty itself out eventually. Having said that, it's going to send... It needs filtering here as well, doesn't it? All needed. No, you're filtering natural gas out. We're filtering everything that isn't natural gas because it's a mixed line. It's supposed to be natural gas. So we're saying natural gas. It's saying yes. We're saying shut off. So don't vent it. The other vent room's fine because it had a door on it. Well, in theory it's fine. Maybe I should just put one before the input tanks anyway. For safety. We just do it here instead of here. So basically on the way into the tanks, we just take a filter. Usually do that, yeah. I can see the value in doing it. There's already some oxygen in the tanks. What, in these? Not going to this, is not. There's a bit coming out. It's going to cause a little bit of damage, but it doesn't look like there's much in there, but there is some. Man, if it's not one thing, it's another, eh? But at some point, I'd just give up and set the filters on all gas pipes. Right, how's the gas barbecue doing? Well, this can be our first test, can't it? So, I don't even know what we can make. Pepper bread. Sleet wheat grain, 359 units. Really want to use all my sleet wheat grain for this? Let's make 10 of them, see what it does. Quality +5. We can give the bread to the hermit. He'd love it. Here we go. About to use the gas range. Skogs Japan, thank you for a bullseye 50 months. That's a lot of sleet wheat going in there. Just want to check this works. Oh, as if there's one stupid tile that never got built there. It glitched that if I delete that, surely. Why is nobody cooking? I can't get a ladder in there because the beds. It's annoying. This room is 5 tall, not 4. Is that reachable now? That's reachable. Should be able to reach there. Basically, if I can't put a ladder in because I've got a giant plastic bed and a statue. So we have to glitch it slightly. Let's get that out of Strong Tom's room. Right, if we turn this on now, it should send some oil that way. I have no idea how much we need. Oh, it's working, look. There you go, it's chucking the oxygen elements out. Gas barbecue got used. Hey! Pepper bread. Woo! Do we need to put pepper bread in here? Edible. Unrefrigerated. Somebody's going to have some nice bread. You'll have to click on the mailbox near the hermit to deliver it. Let's have a look. Select. We'll give him a pepper bread. See what he thinks about that. I can't believe we're giving our first pepper bread away to some scumbag. Right, this is now empty. The hermit loved this food. Tastier than a still warm pretzel that once fell off an unsupervised desk. The mailbox is ready for another delivery. I bet he is. Right, question. If I remove this bridge here, and I put that valve right there, so that the intake is right here where that bridge is, if I shut that valve off, will the water continue to flow through? And if I turn it on, will it take it? Because at the moment, the bridge is going to put some water here, which won't be in the chlorine. So I want to put that valve there, really. It will flow through. Okay. Being shut off the oil. Is it full already? It's not full yet. It needs to blob up there yet. Okay, that is red. That got power, it's got power. So we can now open the inlet again. Missed a bit, didn't I? That done that? Why can't I see the pipe link? If you shut off the inlet, as you should say, it is shut off. It's not building it. So why is it not circulating then? Why is it not flowing around? Problem is, there's going to be germs in that water. If you shut the inlet off, it will circulate. The pipe is full. You think it's because the pipe doesn't know which way to go because the green outputs in... So you're saying I need to put a bridge here so it knows which way to go? Or do I need a bridge here so it knows which way to go? Where do I need a bridge? Yes, we've established the pipes are connected. You can see the connection there. But they're not flowing back in. Is it because I need a bridge here? Or I need a bridge here? A bridge after the valve. After this valve? We can pump one there easily enough. The valve already defines direction. Pfft. It's on the tank input side that the bridge is needed. Right. Basically, I need to do that and send that up there and back down again. Like that. That's amazing, because now it even flows, even when it's a ghost. It's not even built yet, but it's like, oh, I know where that's going now. Water pumped. Close that down. I think we could probably shut this down now. Imagine that's all chlorine. Okay, why has it stopped flowing? It was flowing, and now it's stopped flowing. Rip. Oh my god, I got distracted by that. And now the flipping oil is overflowing. Fantastic. Well, this has put oil absolutely all over the base. dear, what are we on? Have we got a save I can pull back from a few minutes ago when the oil wasn't quite so bad? $12.06. If the white input of the valve connects to the green of the bridge. You can't. You can't have a valve connect to a bridge directly. Won't let you. Right, what's the oil on? That's probably enough straight away to turn off, isn't it? If you get a liquid bridge, you can't connect the green end to the white end of another bridge, even though a valve is effectively a bridge, isn't it? The bridge should go into the pipe before the input. So what, here? You don't think input's like it coming from two directions? Right, so if I... Crikey, this is going to get a bit convoluted. So if I do it like that... I don't like that. That feels very fussy. Right, so it comes into here, goes in there into the tank, goes back around again. We need that to be there. For that connection to work. Like, this used to work absolutely fine when it was just one input, but it doesn't like the second input. If I send it via a bridge here, it's still dealing with two inputs effectively. One coming this way and one coming from the bridge, and it doesn't like it. For whatever reason, it doesn't like it. Let's move the shut-off back here. Although I know what's going to happen, they won't be able to build that. This used to work, I'm sure it did. What ends up with local does not which directions between two inputs. Mm-hmm. Right. Why is it not? Why didn't it build the pipe, this stupid thing? I told it to build the pipe. Right, so, having got that, the valve can pull the water off if it wants to. If this comes to here, then we can basically bridge over. How do we merge it with that one? How do you merge it without confusing it? You cannot... Two inputs into an input. Yeah, okay, so how do I merge the pipes without it being confused? What if we do... What if we do that? And then you send that way. Send that over there. You disconnect that. Come in like that. So, would that work? Because you're telling it to come in that way to the input. Will that work? Because it doesn't know what direction that pipe's going unless it infers it from this. Well, we could put a bridge here as well, just to make sure it knows. That'll work. No, that won't work. I love Twitch chat. Doesn't the output block when one pipe is full? If anything won't happen though is the bridge is secondary. Oh, I see, because the bridge, right, so the bridge won't be able to push the water in, and that will be constantly looping, so it can never insert the water. Crikey. So how are you meant to solve this then? Put the bridge on the loop side and it should work. So, if the bridge is here... Yeah. And therefore it can't push on. And then we set the direction of the water here. Just to be sure. And so... it can't push water on there if that's got water going in. That seem right? Go through the bridge output. Right, okay. So, like that. So now the water's able to loop. So the theory is that this bridge tries to push onto that pipe, and it can as long as nothing's coming this way, because that will have priority over the output. So it continues looping. It knows that that is now that direction, so it's okay to run this way because it can't ever go that way. So now we can turn that on, and that stops because this now has priority. So I understand that. And then I should get an alert when it gets to 85%. Sends a red signal and the reservoir's at 85%. So that should then stop that. Where's the automation layer? Because Commodore Bob, I need to be able to control it as well. Basically what I need to do when this gets to 85%, it sends me an alert to turn that off. To automate this, I'd need to say if that gets to 85%, shut the valve off. But I also want the valve to be off if I turn it off, because I need to manually turn that off. I need to be able to override it and say, when I start draining these tanks, I don't want you to turn back on again. Yeah. So I think it has to be a combination of you can be on if that's green and that tank is green. So we're saying if this is... that's green. And that's green. You can be on there. It's like that, basically. So when I've turned that on, that will be allowed to pump in until that gets to 85%, at which point the pump will turn off. And then I can manually turn it off so I can drain the tanks, but only when the germs are gone, because the whole point of this thing is to kill the germs. We've got a similar setup over there. In fact, the setup's here as well. There you go. So that will alert me, and then it will basically say... like that. Now when that shuts off, what will happen is the last bit of water will flush out of here, and then that will begin to circulate. And then, because it doesn't kill germs, the chlorine doesn't kill the germs in the pipe, that water has to go through that reservoir to get cleansed. Which is why I set it at 85%. If I filled it up completely, I wouldn't kill the germs in that pipe. So we have to allow it to circulate. That's fine now. It will shut off on its own, but I need to flick the switch off at the same time, just so that it doesn't turn back on at any point. You want to drain the tanks completely? I will do once the germs are dead. Yeah, but Nedix, what I'd need to do... I'm not always ready to drain the water. Like, it depends where I'm sending it and whether I need it yet. Like, if where I'm sending the water is full, I don't want to empty the tanks at that point. So I just leave it. And also, you can't empty the water automatically unless you know the germs are dead. So then you need germ sensors in the tanks. It's fine. It works the way it is. Fertilizer? Blimey. Narcoleptic? Nope. You can have another valve controlled bipipe germ sensor. Yeah, you can make it more complex. Shabby dresser gastrophobia. 4 tons of ice? That's an interesting one, that. That's basically the game giving you cool, like literally cool stuff. Interested in building, researching, attack. That's quite a good mix. Increased science as well. Cannot do cooking errands. I think that's a good... That's a pretty decent all-rounder. We're going to have... Tidy... Thyrox... Red shirt, yeah. Tardy Thyrox print. There goes Tardy Thyrox. Right, we need to give Tardy Thyrox a bed. And we need to put him on a schedule. Tardy roams down there. Decorator Hannah, Digger John. He's got 1 skill point. Improved strength, tidying. It's got like 1 morale. That's your first troop in 200 cycles, I know, right? If you're going to tidy, you've got to be able to carry things. Yeah, have a tidy hat. A really basic tidy hat. So tidy from's got double on that. He's got 1 down on digging. Supplying and storing. Pretty neutral on research for now. I really want to research that molten science cobalt thing. That molten cobalt tile. Are we still printing stuff down here? We seem to have stopped making plastic, presumably because we've got no petroleum left. And why don't we have petroleum left? Maximum gas pressure. Okay, right. This is where we need to deal with this. So we've got this above 500. powered. So what we can do is go and throw that straight into here. Here, because it'll filter it anyway. Missing a gas pipe and the gas filter. I don't need it. I just said the gas filter's here. The only problem is the pressure of the oxygen's building here. Is nating to the vent. The whole place is quite pressurized. What's the easiest way of depressurizing your base? I mean, it's normally sitting around 2000, which is the normal pressure. What's the pressure up here? 2000 up there as well. It's 27 through here. That's because of the high pressure vents. Why did that never get built? What's this meant to be doing? Why has this got no power? Interesting. See, this is a CO2 vent here, but this basically goes outside. Maybe what I should do is, if the pressure's over 2000, just take the air and send it out. Just to keep the pressure down. Because we've got things that are high pressure venting, like here, for example. and up here. So just like get rid of the extra pressure. Venting oxygen seems like a cardinal sin. I don't disagree, man. I really don't disagree. But if everybody's eardrums start popping... But I'm not producing... Like, you shouldn't be able to produce oxygen unless it's being used. The only places it's being used are... If it can vent it through the vents, which is normal. They're all normal vents. So they won't vent any oxygen unless they can. And then the other thing is, it goes to the Atmo suits, and that's it. So if the Atmo suits weren't taking it, the whole thing should shut down. Well, maybe isolating is something I need to do at some point. And then just pump the CO2 out. 2,000 pressure's fine, but it's over here it's getting a bit high, look. 2,500. How about making some of those old pressurized rooms with oxygen as more efficient storage tanks? What do you mean, store the oxygen back up here? See, if you look, these tanks are full. Because we don't need much oxygen anymore. Use more tanks. If I add more tanks to it, it'll fill the tanks up and stop again. They've got 2 tanks for each bomb, so they clearly don't need it. Let's go put all that iron and stuff. Critter Fluxomatic. We've discovered an experiment designed to analyze evolutionary dynamics of critter mutation. Once it's gathered enough data, it could prove extremely useful for genetic manipulation. You what, mate? Activation required. Where's the hermit dude gone? Let's send him another pepper bread. How many did he want? 4? Does he want like 4 different ones? Oh, 3 unique food items. Cancel delivery. He wants 3 great quality. Do they all have to be different then? Is that what he means? 3 different ones? I can't send him the same thing. What a scumbag. Oh, that's the left side of the map then. How do you easily spot the neutronium tiles that might be another volcano? Because they're always like completely hidden. Priority screen. What was that one? That was a natural gas one. Have I looked at that one yet? A salt water. Is that quite hot then? Jim, it's hot salt water. You think it's 80 to 90? It's not too bad. Criticondo water fort. A fancy respite area for adult poker shells and paku. You what? Criticondo. Provides comfortable lounge area that boosts critter happiness. 95 Celsius for salt water. That's not too bad, is it? You can't even fit one of these in here. Probably need some like automation as well to remove the foodstuffs. It's a useless temp, not hot enough for steam gen, but not hot enough to cause trouble. Hot enough to cause trouble. I guess so, but you could still throw it down at the magma or something really like the cobalt, for example. You could throw that water all over the cobalt, and it would help. And it's like free cooling at that point, isn't it? And then you could just eject it into space or something. That's where you find the lights don't work very well. Yep. Put the sweepers down, then put the lights down. And again, pretty much all sources of water count. I guess. Salt water average 3 kilograms per second. How is that compared to a normal? Like that one, for example. Which is about to become way too full. I think I need to get rid of some of this water. Emits 4.2 kilograms. Similar. I need to get rid of this water, don't I? 30 Celsius. Another thing that I need to do right now. I guess we're dumping it into main tank then. I think I'll insulate it actually. Salt water does need desalination if you're going to use it, but if you're using it to cool the cobalt thing, it doesn't matter. Right, main tank in is there. That was my temporary hack bridge. It's just random spills again. There's always random spills. Green if below 20. Doesn't matter too much now. Might as well delete that. Thank you, Netlook. I'm going to get rid of this thing and put a switch there instead. Manually turn it on. Actually, for now, I'll just leave it. That's a lot of water. Yeah, when this thing's active, those aqua tuners just kick out the power, don't they? Even so, you've got 2.4 kilowatts negative and 0.8 positive. So it still takes a lot of power to cool this down. But it's free water at the end of the day. And it's making oxygen. I feel like I want a hydro sensor on this main tank. Just to warm if it gets too full. Yeah, but Shinobi, the salt water's 95 Celsius. If you desalinate it and put it on the plants, surely that's too hot for the plants. Usually more efficient to just run the vents into a heating loop, which has a much less power negative and will output nicer cool water. I am doing that with the polluted vent. That one. That's what that one does. Chucks in -10 water. Oh, there's a -1 salt. Interesting. This is going to get full. I have to widen the tank at some point. I can't find another geyser that's worth analysing. I found a molten cobalt, a horrible oxygen one, hot salt water. Can't find any other good ones. Unless there's something here, maybe. Could be something hidden in that lot. There you go, that's just shut off. It's nearly empty. Right, how's the water thing doing? petroleum. I need to cool that thing with petroleum. There you go, let's finish venting the gas away. Lovely, I can make steel again. Hey, petroleum's working. Right, how much do we need of plastic and steel? I've no idea. We have 63 tons of iron ore. That's a lot. Oh, when you get to 100 it says, interesting. Wait a minute, so if you put that on... I have 8.2 tons of refined carbon. You put that on forever and then knock it back one. Good to know. That should be plenty of refined carbon. It's 20 kilograms of it. Right, we can leave that making steel. That's making petroleum. And then I want to fill that loop with petroleum that cools this thing. So we need to get some pipes coming through here. How much gold have we got? 2.5 tons. It's like some musical scale. Musical pipes. Right, insulated tiles can go in between that. So if we come... How do we get out of this thing again? I think I put a lot of heat plates in there, didn't I? We'll come out of that side. Go that way. I don't anticipate using it. But we might need to cool something there at some point. And it's easier to get back that way, and insulated pipe doesn't cost much. Right, so for this nullifier, I did... Nope, this nullifier. I did a Temp shift plate made out of lead in 2 places, diagonal. And then I put a big loop through it. Why has that got a stutter in it again? Seriously, game. Wait, that's not stuttering here. Okay. It's kind of pointless having that gas shut off, to be perfectly honest with you. Because it takes so little hydrogen that by the time it shuts that off, there's already so much in there that it will just keep going for a long time. Temp shift plate. Isn't it a tile around it that it operates? I think I did that last time. Tile the whole thing. Mate, that's going to take a lot of stuff. There's no point tiling the whole thing because I think a tile has like a radius around it. So if you put another one here, these tiles there are already being cooled by those tiles. So the only benefit you're getting is that. And that. So you get like four squares. That's all you get. Right, probably stuff they can't reach. Now, how do we get petroleum up here? That's the question. B-Dub, thank you very much for 87 months and tier 3 support. Thank you very much. Right, what are the dupes doing? Still fixing this. Oh, that's done. I don't get why That rummage order has not been done. Activate. Collected species data 05. Current status offline. Activation required. Bring it in buckets. The trouble is, my petroleum is here. It would be easier to put oil in there. What does the manual say about petroleum? Thermal conductivity 2, heat capacity 1.7. It's literally the same as oil. Freezer point minus 40. There's hardly any difference between those two. Yeah, it's virtually the same. You just enter the fluxomatic room to the left. Oh, I see. I've got to come in from the other side. See, I think oils can be easier because the oils, I've already got it here. Didn't I bring oil over early? There it is. I already dumped it in there. I've got to get oil from here over there. Or bring it up from the depths of hell. So you want to cut off oil for the cooler just in case? Well, like I said, if you shut it off, it'll be a long time before it actually shuts off. Oh, so the right side pump and the zombie oil is receiving heat damage. What's it made out of? Gold amalgam. What's that one made of? Gold amalgam. It's getting pretty warm in here. It's 128 Celsius. Oh, does that mean the petroleum's like super hot as well? The petroleum's only at 73. How does that work? You can change what it's made from, can't you, somehow? How do you do that again? Deconstruct. I thought you could build it out of a new material somewhere. Material, here we go. Change material. Steel. Should make it work for a bit longer. Yeah, all this operation here, we've just been dumping all the temperature into this. I want to get it to the point where I kill these zombie spores. That's the goal. Now this one, on the other hand, this tank is emptying much quicker than I thought it would. I thought we had a lot of oil. I'm going to have to start pumping this lot. Needs to collect it all down here, I think. I didn't click order. Why do I have to click order? Steel. Oh, God. I just clicked like that and there's an order button. I have to pump that oil into this. Honestly, that is a UI issue. Why am I being texted? I feel like I'm spinning plates. I'm doing like multiple things. Right, oil. I need some oil to get back up there. I can see me running out of materials. I kind of need to go exploring space soon, don't I? I can already see things running out soon. I mean, ultimately, this oil's okay to use as long as we're not inhaling the contents. Yeah, I suppose I need to get the oil reservoir going, don't I? I've got one there and one there. Can't remember what you need for it. Extracted from a reservoir with sufficient pressure. What does that even mean? Do I need like a machine to put on that? Like a pump jack or something? Oil well. Oh, it requires a kilogram of water a second. Flipping heck. And not just like polluted water, actual water. That's where most of your water's gonna go. Jeez. That's not fun, is it? A kilogram a second. That's insane. Like every 1,000 seconds, you lose an entire tile of water. That's bonkers. On the plus side, this thing's filling up. Of course, it doesn't specify what temperature the water is. I swear Hannah's always trapping herself. How are you trapped? Security door. Can't we just deconstruct the security door? There you go, you're not trapped. Did I not? Where are we? Yeah, so I'm thinking, like, the polluted water that's coming out really hot. Not that one, because that's nice and cold. The one that comes out really hot. Wherever that's gone. Pump that into the oil well. Because we don't care about what temperature it is. Jeeps don't really drink. Yeah, but the oxygen generation drinks, doesn't it? Albeit, probably not as much water. I wish you could put a little meter on this thing. And it would just sit there measuring stuff. And just tell you how much fluid's flowing through it. I don't feel like we use a lot of water much anymore out of this main tank. Anyway, that was I'm going to need to get the liquid up here, don't I? For the cooling. We upgraded this thing? There's literal steel there, isn't there? Wait. Did he just put gold amalgam there? Or did he take gold amalgam? Don't tell me you're putting something into here, pal. He took it. Why would he take gold amalgam? Oh, he's using it for the pipes. That's fine. Right, this is done. Which means I can potentially reuse that pipe. Since it goes most of the way to where I want it to go, which is this thing. So we can just delete that. Even better, just disconnect that. That's already going to here, so we just need to bring it back over here and get it some oil into it. Game, come on. What are you doing? Somebody needs a toilet. Top left, 15 dupes. We printed one more. We got Thyrex in there recently. We got 15. Huh? Only decent. Unbuildable. Yep. If I delete that tile, I should be able to get at that. One hopes. What the heck is this? Right, so hydrogens go in there. Assume they can't build that for whatever reason. That can stay off for a bit. Is the gameplay learning curve of this game seems rather involved and complicated? What is the learning curve? Pretty steep, I'm not gonna lie. You can... I think the best way to approach this game is watch some videos and streams. Like, for example, if you want to watch my stream, you can go back a few weeks. If you go on my second YouTube channel, Squirrel Plus, you can watch it from there because that's a better quality. That'll be in 1440p at a high bit rate. So you get a better quality video. That's why I'm saying watch it there, right? You can see it from the start as I literally approach the game going, I don't know what I'm doing. I know the basics, but I don't really know what I'm doing. And then... sell out. And then I get a lot of help from chat. I get a lot of misdirection from chat as well, but that's normal for Twitch. But it's a learning process, but you can see as I start to make mistakes and do things different and learn from it. So that kind of gives you a feel for it. Then get the game, see if you can kind of follow along a little bit, and then watch. There's plenty of videos of YouTubers online who've done Oxygen for years. And then they can teach you about specific things like, oh, how do I make iron? How do I make steel? How do I make plastic? How do I deal with these kind of geysers? That kind of thing. You can watch specific videos. But there's lots of little detail in there, like how to deal with liquids and bridges and how kind of gases and fluids move and work and how building tiles works and how dupes get stuck and how to make food. There's lots and lots of ways to die. There's lots of ways to kill your colony. You can overheat them, you can starve them, you can run out of oxygen, you can run out of water. Like, there's lots of ways to die. And it's about keeping on top of it. And I suppose really the game is heading disaster off at the pass before it kills you. Is probably the best way. Because ultimately, I'm going to run out of resources. In the early days, you're going to run out of algae and you'll run out of coal. So you've got to keep exploring. But as you get outside of your little bubble, it starts to get hotter. And you start to go... Your dupes start to sort of feel the effects of different gases and different temperatures. So then you get an oxygen mask so they can breathe properly, but then they walk into a room full of chlorine and it itches their eyes. Ultimately, you need an Atmo suit, but to get Atmo suits, you need to start growing certain kinds of crop. And that, like, there's just so many little rabbit holes of knowledge that you have to go down. But it's a superb game. Like, it really is a good game. Right, back onto my other yak shaves. Auto sweepers. So I was going to have an auto sweeper here somewhere. I need one like there. Which will cover to there. That one will cover to there. They get an overlap. Okay, so they overlap on that center tile if I do that. Which is handy. Because that means I can put my conveyor loaders like right there on that center tile. And they can pick up bits of food that they make, and then I need to put my lights around that. And then there's like the electric side of it and the different kinds of power generation and cables that there is in the game. There's all of that as well. Like there's a lot to learn. But if you're up for a challenge, it's a very rewarding game. I got it on sale. Like, I already had the game for a while, and then all the space DLC was on a big sale, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to buy it and try it out. And then I just fell down this massive red pill rabbit hole. Made out of lead. Temperature here is a lovely 16 Celsius. It's kept nice and cool. Yeah, and then there's... I'm here, and I've got the rest of the asteroids and stuff to explore yet. I've not even done that. It's just nuts. Which is my main shipping run? It's this one, isn't it? That's the chute there. Central one. To bridge over to the central one. I take it these are okay to... maybe not. Is that okay? The 3 into 1 with a bridge? Let's hope so. Yeah, and dupes will get themselves killed. There's a memorial to one of my dupes that got killed. Actually, I don't think he killed... I think he was murdered, personally. If you watch the stream back, there were certain dupes that stood and watched him die. I kind of feel like he was trapped and then murdered by virtue of the fact that he wasn't rescued. I think there were people that were culpable, let's put it that way. Right, this is ready to load with oil now. I'm going to save it just in case I've done something particularly wrong. You can't know for sure. Well, you can watch the stream back and you can kind of see it for yourself. That's not the right one. That's the right one. Oh, that word's treat. Is some part of the pipe not ready? Pipe blocked. Where's the pipe block then? Bridging on, going all the way around. What's the issue? What am I missing? Ah, that's what I'm missing. Who murdered who? Well, Digger Dan was murdered. I'm not naming names, it's Kev. I'm not naming names, but you know. Some people, some dupes were stood there watching him die. Wiki Tom. Sorry, I got a sore throat. Some people were watching him die. And he did. He died. But, you know, don't take my word for anything. Go and judge it yourself. Where's the monster? Yeah, she's not been on stream. Huh? There she is. There she is. There she is. Oh, she's hiding. Are you feeling shy? Come on, Beb. Ooh. She's gonna jump off my arm.
In 5 minutes I've been home and I already want to...
I think she's not seen you all day and she just wants to be with you at the moment, which is fair enough. I know when I'm not wanted.
Uh-oh.
There she is. You need to cut that bit of hair in front of her eye, though.
Well,
It's that bit of hair in front of her eye. She's like, Mom, can you please cut that? I can't see what I'm doing. Look like I'm winking all the time. Come on, you go back to your mum. I think her thumb claw needs trimming. It's difficult to know how much oil to put in this loop. It's coming from such a long way. Wow, that thing's chilling already. Look at that. I'm going to stop it there and see how much that fills that up by. Right, these crops need water. Water goes through there to there. Okay. So I need to redirect this water supply over to here. But the easiest way is through that way. Oh, you noob. Oh, good grief. Can you see the problem? I've sent this cooling loop straight through the tile to be nice and tidy, and that's exactly where I need to send the water. So that was genius play. That wasn't a terrible guess. Currently the reed's getting like polluted water going through it. Which is a crop that needs polluted water? Actually, no, I don't want it consuming it. It would actually consume it if I planted stuff there. I don't want that. So when I join that in, is there a lot of water just stuck in there now? Reading needs 22 Celsius. It's bristle blossom and growing, and that needs 5. No, what is it? 5 to 30. So it's well within its range. That's the primary food source. And then you've got the mealwood, which is like a 10 to 30, so that's still okay. Put reeds in hydroponics. What, this one? Yeah, they need to move. It's too... They need a different temperature range. They need 22 to 37 specifically. And it's like... The water they're getting in, I think, is hot, polluted water. And I need to feed them this water here because it's nice and cool. Really, I should pump some of this up here to another little tank like that, which has polluted water in it. Why do we still grow mealwood? I probably don't need to bother, to be honest. Okay, how's this doing? They're currently too cold. What, the plants? Well, it does in that area over there, yeah. It's far too cold. I was going to replant them somewhere else. If you remember, I wasn't going to plant them over there. I was going to put them somewhere completely different. Because I was looking around the base saying, like, where can I put them? Where the temperature range is more like what they're looking for. And I think, like, somewhere here, between the intersection of the base, which is cooled, and all of this hot coming up from here, which is like 38. The kind of intersection here is nice. But if I seal the base off, I won't get that anymore. So we need some kind of climate control. Because currently where they are... It is 22 Celsius, the oxygen, but over here it's like... It's just a little bit too cold. And they're looking for 22 upwards, and it's just a bit too cold for them. But if I seal these pipes, get rid of the radiant, it might warm up in here sufficiently that they'll be happy again. If you build blocks into liquid as some steps, then mop up the top levels, you can separate the types better. How are you coping with germs? I have no germs inside the base apart from sporadic bits in sealed off areas. The main base doesn't have any. I'm quite careful about the polluted water. Like, you can get rid of airborne germs quite easily, but water-based germs are a lot more difficult to handle. Big gap here, look. Do I need to bridge this on to get it to work? I don't know if these tiles have got... Yeah, they do have polluted water. Wait, what? Okay, that was unexpected. Not what I anticipated at all. I'm just trying to empty these tiles. Good grief. This game doesn't always do what you want it to do. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to keep that water or whether they're going to give it up. That's the only thing I don't know. Can I get the water back out of there? Because I don't want polluted water in there. I need them to be empty. It says liquid pipe there, you see? Yeah, I'm going to bridge it back on just as soon as they can be bothered finishing the pipe. And then I'll probably have a small gap because this is a slightly longer run. Okay. Tiny bit of oil. Let's see, that's coming in at 37.8. It's going out at 33.5. Too bad. I should hopefully keep that under control. Might not cool it, but it'll keep it under control. See you later, Onamichi. Have a good week. We never looked at this, did I? Excavate. Or does that have to be on a tile for it to work? I bet it does. There's the gap. It would be nice if you had diagnostic parts which could create charts, for example, temperature change over time. It would be nice, I think, if you could put little data loggers down. Like I was saying about the pipes, and you're saying about the gases. Like, put something on a pipe and just say, right, monitor that, and then when later on when you look at it, it's logged a load of data and just shows you information. I mean, it'd actually be a good mod. If you just put it in a room, it would monitor the atmosphere. If you put it on a pipe, it would monitor the pipe. Like what's gone through there, what kind of liquid, what flow rate. Well, there might well be, Captain Flint. Right, let's see if it starts pulling water and shoving it into this pipe now. It appears to be emptying the pipe. Okay, as expected, there's still some gaps in the water and the gaps in the pipe. I do have a loading point for this, don't I, somewhere? Is it here? I think this was it. Need to load a bit more water into that. It's this pipe here, I think, isn't it? These two lines. Delete that. Fossil data decoded. Nice. You don't think it's such a small gap in the mana? Probably not, but it's a fairly easy fix. Okay, right. Temps around here, 17, 18, 17, 16. Crop we're trying to grow can grow at 5, so that's going to be absolutely fine. Then we can turn the slot off. See, if I get rid of those radiant pipes there and then leave these lights on, it might heat that up enough to bring that up to temperature. It's 25 down here. It's much happier down there. Just a bit too cold for it here. Wait, the bristle blossom when it grows. What seed does it leave behind? Bristle berry. Is that what we're harvesting? Base seed chance 10%. Why does it not show the seed here? Seeds are blossom seeds. Oh. It's got a different name, that one. Just about got enough room to get back. Blimey. Oh wait, it doesn't need to get back, does it? Just needs to flow through. Should do it. Is there a mass uproot? Attack, sweep, mop, wrangle, harvest, empty. Dig. So there's no way of just uprooting en masse. Set of an empty tile. Nope. That's a bit of an oversight, isn't it? You'd think it'd be down in the bottom right hand tools here. Try dig. Nope. Bear with. Clearly you'd never want to mass uproot. Looks like water's flowing. No, there's no uproot hotkey down here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I looked for. There's a harvest. That's only for fully grown plants. I used to have them on priority 7. Oh, I just missed the gap. Look at that. That should be enough in that pipe to fill that up now. 1 mealwood. Is there really? Oh, guy. There we go. New crops are in. Awaiting delivery. Is that because they can't reach that? Ah, that's why that didn't get copied. Can't plant there because there's a ladder there, and everybody knows that a crop cannot grow if there's a ladder there. Not possible. That should be mostly automated now. It's self-watering. All the stuff will get scooped up. The only thing they have to do is come and drop seeds back in. Speaking of watering, this tank needs filling up again. That's good. That's off. That's on. That goes on. That goes on. Can't reach the wire. It doesn't say that they can't reach it. It just says no power. It's weird. Laser Leica, good night. We go. Like the hatchling farm combo is really strong. Like it's such a good combo because you get the use of one room to do 2 different things. And it provides a lot of food. And once you get the stone hatchlings, you get a lot of coal, a lot of eggshells, and therefore a lot of lime. Got 10 tons of steel. I've also got a lot of petroleum. Oh, it's 158 Celsius. Oh, it is getting toasty down there. I've raised that by, what, 60, 70 Celsius now? It's getting proper toasty. All the way to 260, 290, whatever it is, to kill the zombies. This thing's still erupting water. Good grief. I need to get this water out of here. I think we have to move this up. Or make that tank wider. One of the two. I suppose a simple solution for now is to just make this a bigger tank. What the heck? That's a power cooling. I'll have a look in a sec. I mean, 40 Celsius in here. 34 in there. I don't know what it was on. It's coming in at 35 and going out at 31. So we just have to check those numbers later, I think. % stress? No idea. Check the hatch ranks. Pretty sure it was said hatch was starving when you hovered over it. Starving? Starving. Time until death 8.3. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Why are they starving? Critter feeder, iron ore. Ah. Have I been converting all of my iron ore? I've got 54 tons of the stuff. It's not that. Is it just a simple priority problem? No, I'm feeding them. I'm not feeding them sedimentary, am I? What am I feeding them? I am feeding them sedimentary rock. It would seem that we're out of sedimentary rock. That's not good. You can eat igneous rock. What, these guys? The stone hatches. I need stone hatches though. Are you sure they won't just turn into something else? It says somewhere what the percentage chance is. Yeah, they can eat almost anything, but it affects the probabilities of what they turn in, what kind of egg they drop. That's the point. And this page is redonkulously big. They can eat a lot of things, but it's the egg percentage you worry about. Yeah, I don't know if I can feed it igneous and still have a stone hatch. Where does it tell you the percentages? Egg chances in the status. Stone hatch egg. There you go. Probability increases when the creature eats sedimentary rock. If you want a smooth hatch, you feed it that stuff. If you don't feed it sedimentary rock, your chances of getting stone hatch egg goes right down and you end up with a normal hatch egg. Which is like, it's okay, but they don't produce as much coal. See, Club Villain? The question is, where do I get sedimentary rock from? Mineral. Is it a mineral? There it is. It's the blue stuff. Well, the good news is you can go and get a lot of it quickly. I knew it. I knew someone was going to get trapped. I just knew that was going to happen. SOS. need to get this swept up quickly. Let's see what it says we have. 31 tons. Keep us going for a bit. Starting to get it now, Warp 9. It does click after a while. I'm hoping somebody can bring them some food soon. 7.8 cycles. They should be able to get that over there in 7.8 cycles. It's only here. I take it they're dropping it at the loader somewhere. I think that's that problem solved, isn't it? Good spot, though. I wouldn't have spotted that. All my hatches would have died. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. IG88, thank you very much for subbing with Prime. Welcome. Solid Bond, thank you for 111 months. I do like that binary number. Okay, arguably, we don't need that. Or indeed that. That can stay there. Indeed, 7 months, Captain Flint. Well, Oh, they can go that way to finish that. Random water. More random water. Even more random water. How do you solve the clean up that water? I see you've done it. My Charles, what do you mean? Do you mean get rid of the pollution or get rid of any germs if you've got germ water? Like that one. Basically, if you want to turn polluted water into water, you put it through a sieve. That's the machine that'll convert it. If you want to kill the germs, you need to put it inside a reservoir that's sat in chlorine gas, and that will kill the germs. So what I've kind of got here, it looks complicated, but it's quite simple. You basically send the water into these two tanks, and then you have a switch and a valve to stop it from coming out again. That then goes into a sieve, which goes into two more tanks, and then a switch and a valve coming out. And what that lets you do, it lets you load these tanks with polluted water, and you can leave them there, and you can see at the bottom there's no germs left. Because when the water first goes in, it'll have germs in it. And you just let it sit there for a little while. It doesn't take that long. But when you scroll to the bottom, if it's got germs, it'll say so. And then when you're ready, you can just basically click the switch and the valve will open. You can send the water away. But also pay attention to the temperature of the water. Like that's 36 Celsius. So if you put that on your crops, it might be a bit too hot for them. Aha, we are pumping. Lovely. That should take quite a bit of capacity away from that. Probably get it down to here somewhere. That water is cooler than it was. It's down to 30. I think that was like 34, wasn't it? $193 tons of coal. It's quite a bit of coal. How on earth has that room got full of natural gas? There you go, so my tanks have emptied. So basically I send up some more polluted water now. Right, I think I've done what I want to do for today. I don't think there's anything particularly pressing on the hit list. There was this ancient specimen. And before, I don't know why we've not dug this out yet. Oh, was it because of that? Scumbag game. Check the chlorine room again. Might have forgotten a switch. Which room? This? What's wrong with that? If that's red, nothing can leave. If they're red, nothing can leave because that tells it where to go. That is sending the polluted water through into both tanks. So you click that, You see it says germs? And they're rapidly being killed. The one thing I was working on, ended up getting diverted on, was this. Which was our, this is going to contain... This is going to need to be aqua-tuned down to minus 18 or thereabouts. But I kind of need to fill it with hydrogen. If I open that door, it should be fine now because of the liquid lock, shouldn't it? Should be able to open that. The CO2 should fill that out. The oxygen should leave. There it goes. Look at that. That's good because it means I can seal that tile back up now if I want to. And they can come in this way. Get rid of that. Briscoe went down the ladder and nearly got sealed in. Yeah, it just means the chef has got to, like, go that way. What is that doing there? Apparently we don't have enough room. We've got pancakes here. What's going on? Souffle pancakes are just sat here. They're currently fresh, unrefrigerated. Well, I know all the fridges are full. I've got room for one more fridge. More if we get rid of that door. I can't end the stream with souffles on the floor just rotting. That just doesn't sit well. Absolutely outrageous. The calories are down again. That's because, Captain Flint, we've completely relocated the harvesting thing. There, immediately gets moved. Souffles are away. So, next time, this fridge needs to be freezer. Proper chest freezer. That's problem number 1. And then problem number 2 is this lot needs decommissioning and they need to be able to grow again. So I need to relocate these guys. They're just about able to grow there. But I could probably just punt them down here. Day's been saved indeed. We're planning to send the fridges to minus 20, yeah. If so, quirk about the fridges, they'll heat the food back up to 1. Yeah, I wasn't going to use fridges. So somebody said you can just dump your stuff on the floor. So, rather than have loads of fridges, I was going to dump the food on the ground in a minus 20 Celsius floor. Right, peeps. I am going to go.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Thank you, Captain Flint. Yeah, you could just unplug the fridges. But then they wouldn't refrigerate. They would store, in which case, why are you putting them in there anyway? You might as well just put them in a storage bucket and have it chuck it on the ground. My plan is to just cool this area down to really cold with a aqua tuner, probably up here somewhere. Right, guys, have a good week ahead. Thank you for watching. We did some Battlefield, did some Oxygen, Cycle 562. I should be back next week. What are we on? Oh, Bonnie's got her final vaccination on Friday. And then it's 2 weeks and then she can go out. Okay, we'll see. I might do a Friday stream next week. You're off to sleep, lol. Fossil data decoded. New data. Ancient specimen. Yep, anyway, I'm out of here. I'm tired and I'm hungry. Have a good week, guys. Thanks for your support as ever, and I shall see you soon. Thanks for sending the mods some love. I have gone massively over time this weekend. So yeah, please send them your appreciation. That's it for me, guys. Take it easy. Love you all. Good night.